What is up? Hello everyone. Let me know if the sound levels are off. I think this is where we had it last night. Hello Athena's Owl, welcome back. Mike, the bull, hello. So guess what? I was not shopping at Costco and the booze store all day long. Instead, I also took a walk, which is always a good thing to do. And I'll tell you a story about that in a second. And I also did some work on this. And I left a little bit of work to do so I could show you what I did because I think it's pretty swell. But let me tell you the story about this asshole. I mean, he's probably just having a bad day. But I was walking and there's this old folks community that my mom lives at. And I was walking near there. And they pay for, hey Jack, they pay for landscaping. And this guy, probably in his 30s, 40s, maybe 40s, who knows. He was there with his mom and his little kid, who must have been like 2 or 3, really little kid. And they were taking rocks and throwing them into this little ravine area. That's fine, except that these rocks were next to the sidewalk, and they are specifically landscaping rocks that keep the dirt from coming onto the sidewalk, the runoff when it rains, the few times it rains, from coming onto the sidewalk and making things slippery for the old people who walk there who might break their hip. And so I'm like, well, that's kind of messed up because you could already tell that there was a big empty hole where they had been throwing rocks. This guy's an adult, right? And his mom's doing it too. She lives in this area where my mom lives. And so I said, hey man, those rocks aren't for throwing, you know. And he got mad with his kid there. People don't like getting called out. I mean, here's the deal. I wasn't mad. I was just saying, hey, can you not throw the rocks? Those are, you know, people pay to have the landscapers come and put them there. And he was like, thank you. Okay, thank you. That's my impression of him. And then I was like, what's wrong with you? He was like, what? Call the police then. Call the police. Like, dude. I was on the other side of the street. They were on that side, near the old folks area. But kind of messed up. I mean, it's a small thing. But those rocks are there for a purpose, and it's pretty obvious. Just feel bad for that guy. He's probably having a bad day. Maybe he's just had divorce. Maybe things are tough in his life. But he shouldn't be throwing the rocks. That's my story. So let me show you what I did. So earlier in my coffee encoding this morning, I mentioned that I want to make variables for my descriptions. It kind of counts as their property, but it also counts as my mom's property and the property of all the other people. It's community property. You know, like if we all owned a pool, it wouldn't be cool if one person just goes and drains the pool because they feel like it. It's all of our pool. That's not the point of the pool. You know? Or if one person pees in the pool. So when we go to our spells now, Magic Book of Feeble Mind,
This will come in
and I
handy.
select it. Now we say, reduces the target's wisdom by 1.5 for 63 minutes. Boom. That is a variable. So if I hard code the skill points, let's say, so in, what is this, mind magic? So let's see, this is third player, so element 2. We're going to say stats and skills, mind, magic. We're going to give them some more skill points. We're going to give them this one 13 skill points. So now it's stronger. So now, technically, it didn't update. Why didn't it update? Oh, because I have to do the final value. There we go. 7.5 for 99 minutes. Because the actual value of this Feeble Mind Novice is 1 base value plus 0.5 per skill point wisdom. And the duration is also modular. So what I did was add this. So now you can throw in variables with these double curly brackets. And you can see how it translates here. And it's pretty cool. The code is pretty cool. I had some help from my friends on Stack Exchange / Googling. But basically, so in the description, this was the original update description text, and instead of just putting this string here, which is what I did before, I now go to this parsed description, and it starts by just taking the description as here. And I got debug there to spit it out. And then if it doesn't contain a double curly bracket, then we just return the description, i.e. there's no variables, so that's fine. And then we're going to do a loop check. This loop check is just there to make sure this while loop doesn't go on through infinity, because that would crash things. So while the description to parse does contain double curly brackets, we are getting the key that's between the curly brackets. And so this is the part I got from Stack Exchange. We take the string and get the index of our first double curly brackets and then add 2. That's going to be 2 spaces after the double curly brackets, so right when the key starts. And then we're going to take the substring and then go from there, from the start index to the same thing, take the minus start. Essentially, it's taking the area after this double and before this double, and that's our key. And we spit it out here just in case there's bugs. And then this is what we're replacing: a double curly bracket with key, double curly bracket. So we got these right here. Description to parse is going to be so now we're updating the description with replacing it, this part, which is the part we're replacing, with parse value. And so we'll go into parse value in a second. And then we're doing our loop check just to make sure there shouldn't be more than 10. So if there is, then it just returns whatever we have thus far. And then at the end, we just return that. So if it doesn't do something else. Now the parse value is where the hard-coded magic happens. It's hard-coded. It's not super magical. Let me see. I'll zoom in a little bit on this one, and hopefully that's big enough. So we're searching for the key. In this case, wisdom or time. Those are the keys. So first we're going to get the skill points in the skill required, which is Mind Magic. Let me move this and you can see skill required right here. This Mind Magic, learn stat or skill. We're using that. The string is old. So we're getting the skill points and we're getting the player level. Those are things we might need. And then if the key is time, we're going to do this math on duration and duration per skill point. I don't have duration per level here, so I've kind of added this just to... I might add it later, but for now, this keeps it from running and throwing an error. And then I've added a bunch more for variable damage min, variable damage max. And I actually need to change this because I just recently changed it to variable effect. 1. Yeah, variable effect 1 min and variable effect 1 max. I'm probably gonna add a second and a third, do the same thing, and just need to change these as well. Variable effect 1, variable. Oop. We need this to be effect, not affect. That's important. I gotta change it in my item list as well. It was damage, but now it's just gonna be any effect, and it's gonna be there's gonna be a stat or skill you can change here, so hit points or whatever. Same with range, hard coded, and this is gonna be period. These are just values up here, and then if it's not one of these, it hasn't returned something like this, then we're gonna try to get it from the stat, which is from these values over here. All right, so these values, which are the built-in system for stat or skills. And it basically goes for the base value. I'm going to actually remove these debugs. I don't need these anymore. And then adds the base value times skill points, base value times player level, and then returns the new value. And if we haven't changed the value remove negative, then it'll give you the absolute. So in this case, it's removing, it's negative, but I don't want to say reduces it by -1 because it's double negative. So we'll return that, but you can set that value to false and it'll return the raw value. So that's basically it. I can add more of these, like recently. Let me stop the game. That's good. Athena's out. Yeah, it's there's a lot of things, and I think even on the Game Dev Show, which if you go to Jason Wyman's YouTube channel, that happens every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. It'll happen tomorrow. I'll be there. We've all found that sometimes there's buttons none of us had realized existed. And we use Unity a lot. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I've added a ton of buttons with this. So what I added was like fire arrow. I wanted a variable amount of damage, and look, it didn't hold. Okay, I need to check on that, because it should be, I think it was 1 to 4 plus 1, something like that. Okay, but so this way it will compute the minimum, which is the X value, to the maximum, and instead of damage effect 1, and just so I don't forget, I will copy it to all of these. And let me make sure I have that spelled right. Effect. That should adjust things. Okay, so what I wanted to set up now was the stun. I haven't set up stun yet. If we see the description is empty, everything else is empty too. So stun is going to do something different than the rest. It's going to kind of pause the movement of the bad guy. So I think I can use the variable effect values, but I don't think I have a stat or skill for this. What I'm thinking right now is that so every actor has a time for their next action. Whether it's turn-based or not turn-based in the combat, you can go either way. And with the stun, I want that to be added to. So maybe it takes them an extra 1 second in game time before they'll attack again, something like that. This isn't, however, something that is on their stat or skills. Each player has it on their, if I just make a fake player here, next action value right there. So what I think I need to do is make that into a stat or skill. That's going to be called a lot, so I don't necessarily want that. I'm thinking now. Oh, you did. Great. Glad you came over. So my hesitation here is that the value, this next action value is referenced a lot, and if I make it a stat or skill, then that means I'm going to be looking it up a lot, and I don't want to necessarily look that up over and over and over again every frame. So I kind of want to keep it as just a float right here, but I still want it to be something. I guess it will be coded in the magic thing itself. So it won't be a stat or skill, I think is what I'm getting at. I also want to try to avoid adding tons and tons and tons of specific dictionary things here, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay. So we're gonna say stun. And we'll do a few things here. We're going to expose a boolean and a vector 2. Boolean is whether or not this does stun. And then the vector 2 is the minimum and maximum. Yeah. Otherwise, I would be able to put it in the variable effect. But since it's not a stat or skill, it has to be something different. And I think for stun, I'm just going to stick it to a skill points value. So when we now go down here to stun, we can turn that on and we'll say it will stun for 0 to 1 game minute per skill point. And for stun expert, we're going to do 1 to 2. Stun master will be 2 to 4 or 1 to 3. And then, oh, that's Grandmaster. 2 to 5 for Grandmaster. And Stun Master will be 1 to 3. Alright. Yeah. So now we need to add the variable system. It's just hard coded. So I'll just copy this one and say if the key equals stun, then, actually stun min, then it's going to be get the dictionary value of stun. X is the minimum, and multiply that by skill points. That's it. And so we can actually say just return. And these quotes make it into a string. There's multiple ways to make it into a string, but that's one way. And max will be the Y value. And then we will add our thing into the description here. Okay, so stuns the target for stun min to stun max minutes. Alright, and then we'll copy these to these other ones. What is the skill? This is earth magic, so I gotta set that too. I don't know what the cost is gonna be. We'll say for earth magic, cost 4, paste that. Earth magic, cost 4, paste that. Okay, and for novice, it's going to be earth magic. Cost is 4. Oh, it's not instant. Okay. Save, and we'll see if it worked. One of these characters can learn stun, which is why I held off, because I wanted to show it all in the stream for prosperity's sake, what we're doing in this, because I thought it was pretty neat. Alright, stun.
This will come in handy.
And earth magic. Stuns the target for 0 to 1 minutes. That's fine. The plural issue can be dealt with later. I think it's okay.
This will come in handy. This will come in handy.
Accuracy by 3.5, luck by 2.3, but reduces speed by 0.2. 0 to 0 damage on a target to 15 meters away. Now 0 to 0 damage doesn't make any sense. Why is this 0 to 0 damage? Now it should be variable effect 1. Should be 2-2. Aha, I have the wrong variable here. Effect 1. I should probably not do this in play mode. Although this will hold because it's a scriptable object, but it's slower in play mode. And we'll say cost is 2. I don't know what the cost should actually be. One thing I'm facing, if you notice, this is not selected. This is selected. And if I close that, that's selected. And it shouldn't be selected. It's very frustrating. I'm not sure how to unselect something when I close a tab, or why it even selects the other one. But who knows? Alright, so now let's see if that fix worked.
This will come in handy. This will come in handy. This will come in handy.
There we go, 2.5 to 3 damage on a target up to 15 meters away. So, pretty sweet. Can't cast this one yet. Oh, interesting, you're not supposed to be able to click on that if you have a spell on deck. Something to fix. Let's see if we can fix that. Magic missile. Alright. select player 3. So this is where it's not supposed to happen. So if we dig down into the why it happens. Okay, so this is, we try to cast a spell on a player. If we can, great. This will return true if we are able to cast a spell, and then we return. But if it returns false, means we can't cast a spell. We don't want to do anything else if we have a spell on deck. So if spell on deck, then return. In other words, don't select the player if there's a spell on deck. Now, if the spell on deck could have been cast, it would have been cast right here. So that means it wasn't cast. We can't cast it, so don't select the player. That should do the trick. By the way, the cocktail tonight is going to be a special cocktail. And I really do want to make, like, if I had more time, which I don't have, so I probably won't do this for a while, but I want to make, like, special 20-second videos about the cocktail of the night. So every time, whatever I'm drinking, I'll have a little video that introduces the cocktail of the night. If I'm having a cocktail. Right now it's just bubbly water. But tonight is going to be a chocolate martini.
This will come in handy.
Chocolate martinis are wonderful cocktails. Don't let anyone tell you that they're not. There you go. So now we can't click these. We shouldn't be able to click that either. So here we're just going to say if actions dot spell. Whoa, we don't have that set. I guess not. Using static infinity PBR dot legend of the stone shaft actions toggle panel. So if actions dot spell on deck, then return. Same deal. If there's a spell on deck, then do not toggle the panel. You're back? You left? I had no idea you left. Well, welcome back. Alright, so let's see if that worked. The one thing that I do think I want the player to be able to do is the context menu. I suppose. Like the save load options, which is this one. That one's bugged right now, apparently. Yeah. I generally will save the cocktail for the end of the session for that reason. But I prefer, like, if I'm going to have a drink at night, I usually will have only one drink. Won't even get buzzed or anything, but I like to sip on it while playing a game or something. That's better at the end of the night. Yeah. Alright, so inventory. Oops, go back to him.
This will come in handy.
Magic missile. Good. Well. Okay, those spells are those clicks are probably happening from the button. I'll have to change those eventually. And this one I do want to open, but what can you do? I'll change that eventually too. So now you can't click on anything. Except technically you'll be able to click on bad guys out here, and then that's that. turn-based mode. Now I can't move around. Now I can. Alright. That's pretty cool. Proud of myself. Give myself a high five. Now... Oh, I wanted to check a couple more things with the items. I just want to make sure that the right click when they're in the world is working properly before moving on to something else. So I'm going to go collect a whole bunch of stuff here. Then go player 1 inventory. We're going to drop this. Oh, drop right there. Let's see what happens when I right click. Alright, good. So that's the idea, is when you have a item in the world and you right click it, that delay is, I'm gonna have to figure that one out, but there's a camera that will be right above it that gives you this overview of what the item looks like. So, oh, what happened here? Oh, Item World Collider. Something doesn't have an Item World Collider. Short Sword doesn't have an Item World Collider. Well, let's fix that. Technically, they both should be added. Yeah, there you go. Alright, so that's... Was that showing the data about them, though? It is Saturday. It is Saturday. No. Okay, so I need to display the data about them here. Ah, I need to compare to that. Okay. I really do like the effect of this view looking down on the item. With enemies, it will happen too, where you click on an enemy, it'll show a close-up of the enemy with any information you know about them, which might be variable based on your skills and if you've defeated them before and stuff like that. So I need to show the information here, and it's essentially the same information that shows here. Not this part, just this part. Okay. And I need to do that thing with the sword. I need to make sure that value is assigned to that. Okay. All right, let's find my debug. The reason why I do so many debug logs is because I always forget where I put the code. So if I add a debug log when something important happens, oops, then inventory. Oh, another bug. So this bug happened when... How did that happen? Oh, because it's the equip. And then I close and that stays up. So when I close, I need to make sure that this disappears. Okay. Close in-game menu. And detail. UI info. Close. Okay. So, go to my menu control, I can access this static. And then on. Close in-game menu. I think I can do that here. UI details panel dot close. Okay, let's try that. So that way, if it's up for any reason, it will close when we close all the menus. Okay, so that worked. That did not work. Okay, so I guess it's more specifically anytime the inventory menu closes, not just any panel. Close inventory, player inventory panel. Let's see. Panel manager, toggle that. Okay, we'll add it here then, maybe. So if not active, so if we're not making it active, then I have to remember this is actually the inventory module, so maybe I don't want to do it here. It's really here. This is where I want to do it. No, I gotta add it here. I think it's gotta be here. if not active, and then we will UI details panel dot close. Okay. And I'm going to change this to be set active, so it's more clear. If not set active, then close. Okay. Let's see. Didn't work. So there's another way I can do it too. I can keep track if I have an item on deck. So I can do a public void update. Check or item held. And I'll put a private variable here. Private bool item is held equals false. And what we'll do is say if item is held and actions dot item on screen on screen item dot on screen item or on screen dot item held, item is held. So if we say item is held and it's not held, then we want to close. And then we're going to set item is held equals on screen item dot on screen item dot item is held. So we're basically caching this value, and anytime that actually, better way, we don't even need to cache it, I think. We could say instead if, can we check if it's on? Panel.active self and no on-screen item. Then close. That's it. If it's not active, then it will ignore this. And if there's no item held, or if there is an item held, wait, this won't work though, because we don't want to turn off when we're right clicking, so that actually won't work. Cancel. Okay. Game Maker, really. Yeah, it's not, it gets complicated fast, doesn't it? I can understand why so many games have very kind of simplistic inventory systems where they're just a slot and nothing else. Let's see. So guess when I switch to a different player by pressing tab, which is what I can do while I'm doing this, the panel manager should know the active player, right? Active player. Active panel. Get active panel. Player inventory panel. Active player. Alright. Do I have a debug when I change players? So I can tab to change players like this, and so and shift tab to go backwards, or I can just tab 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I'm right clicking and I change, then it's fine because the on hover exit must trigger. But this, when I change, I'm going to clear this out. Oh, whoops, I just passed it to that player, but is this part, select player. So I guess here I can just say UI details panel UI details panel dot close. So anytime you select a player, this should close. And I'm gonna put the static up here. I like putting these statics up here. There's a big list, but still, I like it. UI details panel. Okay. So now anytime I select a player, if that's open, it will close. Potion mixing, nice. I'm gonna have to do that at some point too. That was a key part of Might and Magic 6 that I thoroughly enjoyed. Oh, Halloween. So you're into Halloween then? Some people really like Halloween. I like it. Fog machines are fun during Halloween. I appreciate really nice Halloween front yards on trick-or-treat for trick-or-treaters. See. Good. Perfect. Okay. Seems to work. Alright, so now I still need to show the details here. That was what I meant to do. Alright. Hit cube. Check right mouse button. Display item. Info box. Display item. Set up camera. So the display item. This is where we're going to put the details. Oh, do I not have the text set up? What am I looking for? Info box. Info box. That's the info box. I don't have the description set up. Okay. Interesting. Guess I never got to that part before. So we got the header text, but we don't have the description text. Okay, so this is is going to be the cost and skill. Okay, so UI text. Oh shit, there's a lot more fonts. What font am I using? Rivet. I'm just gonna copy this actually. So we're gonna call this cost and skill. Move that up and make it a little smaller. Make it 18. Oh. That's weird. There we go. Best fit song. Alright. Cost and skill. And then we need where's my UI info panel? We need something like not that. Stats panel. We need this. So I'm going to duplicate that, put that up here, and see if we can just make it work. Does it work? I don't think that worked. So what I'll do is create UI panel. And we'll just copy the stuff. Vertical layout and content size for component. It's new, and then we don't need the image. Shit. Delete this. So this is going to be stats panel. And there's a prefab that these are going to get. Yeah, so I think it's stat value. And so what I don't want though, I don't want this to start, I want it to start at the top. Faced this issue before and it was very annoying. These are the same. Whoa, that did not work. There we go. Now we'll delete the image. Make that a little bit further over. Delete those. Info box. So now we need to add public text cost and skill and public game object stats panel. And I'll add a different one for the enemy when we display an enemy. It might have different things, I'm not sure. So display text, we're going to do stats panel dot active set active true. So make sure that turns on, because if we display an enemy, I might turn that off. Then cost and skill as well. Well, I might just do cost and skill. I can spell tonight. Just clear that out. And then to display the item full name, and then title text. Not title text, cost and skill. Text equals item, or get cost and skill item. That's going to be down here, new method, and then display stats and pass in the item as well. That's going to be down here. All right. So those are the two things that we need to display. We are in a meditation session. Let's see, did my curious show as a leather vest? I don't think so. That may have been the equipping overlay. So when you go to equip it, it will show you what the difference is. That's my best guess. Yeah, C#, it can be a little daunting at first, but I do strongly suggest people learn it. Even if you like visual scripting, even if you're going to use visual scripting later, learning is a good idea, I think. Okay. Cost and skill. So we already did this work here, right? Display information. So set I have cost and skill. So I think I could tap into this. Let's try to tap into that. So really, be like this. We're going to need to make these public. call this set. Okay. And void. We don't return anything. And display stats. It's nice that we can tap into this. Display stats. We might have to change this if we want to tap into it. I like that one. It's the Hawaiian song. I have a thing for Hawaii. One day I would like to live there. Modeling's not one of my strengths either. Yeah, writer. It's $11 a month, but that's $11 a month adds up, 100 and something bucks a year. Yeah. How would we tap into this? So this is displaying the stats for all of these. And the new stat line is what's actually doing the instantiation. So if we pass in this transform, so we can say transform parent transform, parent transform, and then on new stat line pass in that. But if we put that in here as well, transform parent transform, parent transform, and then display stats, go add that to each of these. This is going to have to be public. So now we just pass in our item, our string, and the transform that we want this to show up at. I think that would work. What's clear stat lines? If you're going to have to give in the parent transform there too. Make this public. And transform parent transform. That would do the trick. So we could make this public, and then these could still be private. And transform parent transform. Okay. Then we just set this to here. So now we pass in the other transform. Technically, I just have to call this. I think. I'm seeing errors here. But those are no longer valid. So UI details panel dot this. We need to pass in the stats panel dot transform. Anything else? 2 parameters. Item. Of course. And I can actually put this... I'll keep it down here. Do we have an error still? We do. Why? Clear stat lines. Ah. Where was my... This one. Jack, that's a good question. Depends on how rich I am. Now, I've only been to 3 of the main islands and I think 1 of the other islands. The Big Island, Maui, and Oahu. And only on Oahu, only in Waikiki. Wouldn't want to live there. So probably not Oahu. Maui's very nice. I want to see Kauai. Maui is very nice though. And the Big Island is cheaper and has a lot more land. So potentially the Big Island. It would be wonderful to have a lot of space to do my game dev stuff, and unfortunately it requires permits now. When I first started thinking about this, it did not require permits, but renting out Airbnbs, but also some longer term rentals to pay the bills on a big plot of land that's just a big empty field somewhere in South Point area. Lots of nice wind, quiet, that would be nice. Whoa. So I like how it's rolling still. How long is it gonna roll for? There it stops. Yeah, Big Island's much cheaper. There's less there. It's not as nice. It's a newer island, so there's less trees. There's definitely areas where there's less water, so it gets more dry. It's more rural, so there is a Costco now, and there is a Target, but only one of each. I think the Hilo side has one Walmart, and the Kona side has the Costco and Target. So if you're in like the southern part of the island, South Point, it's, I think, a 45-minute drive or an hour drive to Kona. All right. So, 200 gold, chain, curious, armor class, +4. That's huge. Wondering, why is it so huge? Let's see. UI description stat line. Oh yeah, font size 34. All right, what font size do I want it to be? Probably 18. Probably 14. All right, so I'm gonna add in font size. to pass that into this. And this is going to now take a font size. And we'll set it to default to that. So each of these is going to get a font size now. Alright, let's try this. Oh, we got a bug here. There we go. Uh-huh. That's weird. Why isn't my Sword of Cunning showing up? Strong Mace of Cunning is. Sword is not. What is the difference? Hit Mace. Hit Click Zone. Well, let's see this sword. Click Zone. Mace does not have a click zone. We don't need a click zone, perhaps. Go. Sword of Cunning. Strong, short sword of cunning. Perfect. That's nice. This is something I had never had working before in the game. The details. Alright. I wonder, do I still have a bunch of items over here? In my first iteration, I had a whole bunch of items over here that you could pick up when I was testing this, but apparently it didn't. Okay. Guess not. Alright, that's... Is that what I wanted to do on all that? Is that all working as expected? Can I move on to something else? The short sword needs its position moved in the overlay. Where do I put that data? Item. Yeah, UI, scale and position. So I just need to update this. So we can do that real easily. Let me just do that real quick while we're thinking about it. I do. So let me fix this and I'll tell you all about the items because I actually use one of my game modules for it and a bunch of other things. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, well. Inventory. Okay. Now I've got my special control so that doesn't destroy it when I let go. So that I can go down here and click this and move it up to where I want it to be. It's too big too. Or should I guess I don't have a rotation. So we'll make it smaller. So we got this position. Get pen out. If you have ever used the friction pens, it's Frixion. They are erasable pens and they're amazing. Alright, so we're going to do -605. I think these are the 383 and -459, and then the scaling is 422.93. So I think that's the values we need to put in here. That doesn't seem right. Oh, that was the scale. All right. Let's just test it real quick. And I'll tell you all about the items because it's one of my favorite modules. Here, go get the sword. Ooh, interesting. It did not hold. Oh, I did the wrong one. E. Can I undo? Can. Okay. It's supposed to be this one. There we go. If I put it in here, oops. Okay. All right, items. So items uses the game modules. If we go to the asset store, through the affiliate link, of course, and we search for game modules, you'll find it. It's blue. The character creation one is there, separate from the rest, but it's also part of this bundle, which has all the modules that I'm using in here. We got stats and skills, items, dictionaries, inventory, first person movement, very simple, character creation scene, game time, which you've seen me use. Those are all the modules I have right now. More will be added as I make them. And there is scripting documentation, so if you need some overview of what they are, we got videos here and some examples of what everything does, the basics of it, and the setup, all this other stuff, and some code examples as well there as well. Now, with all the modules, they are meant for intermediate coding because they are not meant to do everything for you. So a lot of the RPG things out there, RPG builder, game creator, my understanding is they're somewhat, I think the term that the Jasons use is opinionated. You have to do things their way. My goal is to not force you to do things any one way. Now the inventory is slightly different because it is meant to be that style of inventory. So if you don't want the drag and drop style of inventory, then don't get the inventory module, or rather just don't use it. You don't have to use it. So what I'm using the items for on its very basic surface, if I create a new game modules items test demo, it is a list of items of various types. They can have a prefix, they can have a suffix that you define there. You don't have to. And dictionary. This always can't figure out why this happens. The whole thing loaded, but the fix to this, if you ever see this happen, the fix is just to go to any script, make any change, save it, and that forces you to recompile the scripts, which will fix this, and the dictionary will show up. I don't know why. Can't figure out why it's doing this. It doesn't happen all the time. Anyways, and dictionaries. Now, dictionaries itself is a different module. Stats and skills are a different module. You don't have to use them, but if you do use them, it makes the item list even more popular or valuable. All of these are actually item lists. Cast type, 3 different. You can cast on the actor, player position, or position. So they're not. It doesn't have to be like physical items. It could be anything you want it to be. And then, you can assign these to anything, or you can leave them blank. So in our test demo here, let's say that we want to do, I don't know, I guess traditional items. So you could do item types. Let's say we want default to be swords, and then we want maces. So you got different types here. So now we can create a golden, or we'll just create a mace, and then a large mace, and then we can create a short sword, make that a sword, and then a long sword. So now you have these items. So how you use this list is completely up to you. And that's where the magic comes in, because it doesn't force you to use it in any certain way. Now you've seen me go into my code and connecting the dots in the various ways I want it to connect, and then there's just a lot you can do with it. It's difficult to explain because there is so much, and that's where the dictionaries come into play. Like if you look at my own items, I've got all these dictionaries added. Each dictionary is essentially, if we look at the full inspector, every dictionary, where'd it go? Dictionary. So is a list of key values. So equip spot is all these key values. Each one has all of these, but the module allows you to expose only some of them. So quick spot, I'm only exposing the string. So when you go to your items, I'm curious, equip spot, body. Now I could put the equip spot into the another items list, and that's why I think I was doing with the cast types on the spells. And I think I might have a bug because this didn't show up. It didn't show up the way I wanted it. Cast types is supposed to have exposed an item. And so these are all, these things are special. These are my modules essentially. And so if I go back to my items, cast type, I can select cast types and then actor. It has a unique ID, so it's actually only storing this value and the unique ID for this. But that way, if I change this to be actors, and I go back to the spells, then it's still actors, because the unique ID doesn't change. So I don't know if that's making any sense, but it's basically meant to make it easier to manage data and then link them together. Specifically in projects like this where, you know, I added these today. I could have added them to a code, but adding them here, it makes it a little bit easier to manage. Question, how do you access the items on that list? Is it a serialized list? It is a serialized list. So if we look at... so this is a scriptable object. That's the first thing. So the main way I access this from the game itself, on my main game data here, essentially, I've got references right here. So items, spells, conditions, player voices. That's the voices module, which I forgot to put in the description, but that's a whole nother module. And so this is hard-coded. You know, we save the data all here, and there are times where I do have to relink some of the data because not everything can be serialized. With Odin, you could, but since I don't want to use Odin because I don't want to force people to use Odin, not everything can be serialized. So when I load the game, I do go through a step where I relink key data, but that also gives me the opportunity to update data. So if I add new dictionary fields, for instance, that step I do on load will populate the saved data with the new dictionary data that I added outside. That way, if I change the game and somebody's already playing it, when they update their build, they won't lose data, they won't get errors, they'll just get the new stuff, and maybe some of the other values will have changed. Enemies might get harder or easier, faster, slower, stuff like that. But they won't notice anything, technically, if I do it right. Yeah. So, you know, you could just make a list yourself and do all your classes yourself. What I like about this is it's a class that is the same for all of them. So it's using very similar syntax. I can name these whatever I want them, and I can always change them. And the nice editor window makes it a little easier to manage. So my prefixes, suffixes for the items are here, but other things don't have that. So like my portrait particles, there's no prefixes or suffixes there. There's just, now I don't even have my RPG data, which is stats and skills assigned. All I'm doing here is, where is it? It's weird. This is where I'm saying these should be been already exposed. There we go. So I'm using the string. Yeah, okay. So I unexposed the prefab. These were already supposed to be exposed. I don't know why they weren't. Obviously, I've already populated this, but so yeah, you can use the items for all sorts of different ways. It takes maybe a little getting used to because it is so I don't know. I think the trade-off with the flexibility is that it can seem complicated. It doesn't have to be complicated, but it can be very complicated. So I would suggest starting small, and going from there. You can tie the stats to the prefixes and suffixes. So on my prefixes and suffixes here, there's also special keys. If you hold down Option, it will close or open everything. So there's that. So strong has might of base of 4. And these suffixes of cunning has wisdom and merchant. And it has the stats and skills module has a preset concept of base values and proficiencies, and it does all the computation for you. That was the point of that, part of the point of that. So as you know, we saw in the other one, this was saying that RPG data wasn't assigned. If we did assign our RPG data, then we would have access to all the stats and skills, which is this RPG data, which includes character classes, character races, skill data objects, and stats and skills. So now if I, in my code, again, how I code it is completely up to me, but if I create a strong, curious of cunning, then the curious itself will have its own base values, armor class, and these are the actual stats and skills that we've created in our stats and skills module. So you can just select from the list. And you can add anything you want. So I could say that Curious is going to increase your bodybuilding by 5 points and no proficiency. But I'm not going to do that. So it's just easier, in my mind, to populate it, to change it later. And technically, you could make a duplicate and have an easy, medium, hard version, that, and then just switch out the scriptable object you're referencing in your game object. Yep. In fact, randomly generated items is, I think, the next thing I want to do inside this box. So if we look at our treasure box, it's this chest flat extra large. We have this loot script. Now this script has a lot of temporary things on it. To do traps, potential scriptable object. I have potential scriptable object. I'm not sure what that means. Right now, so just hit my foot. Yeah, definitely ask questions. I may make mistakes in the videos or the documentation, so call me out if you think I did something wrong. I'm trying to make sure the modules is super clear. It's very difficult to get through how powerful it is, but that's why I'm using all of those in this game. That's part of the point, is that when I have an opportunity to create a module when I'm making this game, I will do that. Yep. Alright, so the loot. This is not a module. This is just a script that makes use of the module. So here you see list item. This is the items module. Each one is an item. So each loot, in this case, it's going to be treasure. So I think I should change this to treasure loot or box loot or loot box. Loot box. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. It may have. Didn't. Good. Alright, so now it's a loot box, because loot might be something different. Loot box. So, I know I'm going to want a lock level. I haven't scripted anything about that yet, but I know I want the concept of it being locked. A loot box might be a treasure chest. It might just be a box that has no top on it. It might be a barrel. It might be a jar. Might be a sack of gold. Something like that. Could be anything. But it's a container of loot, essentially. So box inventory prefab. What is my box inventory prefab? Okay. So this is the inventory using the inventory module. And the inventory module has that capability to switch back between the player inventory and the box inventory. Now, box inventories can be any size. So in this case, this treasure box is an 8x12 grid, but you might consider a smaller treasure box might have a 5x5 grid, so it can hold less stuff. Or maybe a large one, or maybe a small bag of gold might only contain, 2x2, which is the size of a stack of gold in the UI. Or if you're lucky, maybe it has a couple rings, something like that. Okay. Forced items. So this, I have to change this because in my previous things, there's just items, but that's not going to work here. I think what I need to do is maybe make a custom UI for this, where you can just have a drop down where you select the items. Yeah, because I think I want to use the concept of the unique ID on the items so that if I change the name of an item, it still is linked. So, but there will be the idea of forced items. Now I'm just talking myself through it to remember what I was doing. So there will be the idea of forced items. Now these are going to be items that have to be in here. They will be the first thing populated. You may see a warning down here saying it can't fit a forced item because I'm trying to force a spear, but the spear won't fit. But if you need like a quest item to be in there, or you just know that this box always contains some herbs because it's in the herb shop, then that's how you can force specific items in there. And then we're going to have a section for potential items. And that list is going to contain, you're going to populate the item based on something. I might actually introduce a concept of a list of item levels, so that instead of saying here's all the potential items, I'll just say it's going to be levels 2 through 5. So we'll just choose random items from levels 2 through 5, if they can fit and whatnot. Yeah. And then this is the inventory itself. So this is going to be the spots, which is part of the inventory system, those rows and columns that's populated by the script. Technically the item's name. Let's actually press play and see what happens when it gets populated. Okay, so these are the items in there. Okay, this is the item names is the temporary thing, so we can ignore that. But these are the list of the items in there. It's got the prefix UID and suffix UID. Those are the unique IDs, so if I change strong to mighty, this doesn't change. So anything referencing this will just get the new prefix name if you code it for that. Okay, and then yeah, so that's still going to be there, but these are not managed by the user. So technically I can hide those. but I'm not going to right now. All right, and then whether this is ready. So this is going to be saying, have we done our stuff yet? So at start, we're starting IEnumerator, which is going to try to get ready. But we can't get ready until the game is ready. So if the game is not ready, or if we don't have game, then we're going to return, because otherwise we'll get an error. This is old. No, come back and do the level data aspect. Game data ready. Maybe it's not old. Okay. Get the loot ready. To do, first check the scene, add a unique ID to the loot object, and check to see if this is already registered. If so, load from there. If not, do the creation steps. Interesting. Then spots setup, the inventory script part. Temporary code, hard code items, then populate forced items, then populate the inventory, which is also part of the that's a to-do, I guess. Okay, so force items. Okay. So how do I want to do this? So one of the concepts I want is that randomization. And like if you're in a world or a map and you clear it out, you got all the loot, you killed all the bad guys. 6 months later, 6 game months later, the world has to repopulate. We'll respawn stuff. But I don't always want to respawn with the same level stuff. Maybe the first time you go through a cave, there's a bunch of small spiders. The second time you go through, 20 of them, 30 of them, 30% of them are medium spiders. And then the third time you go through, some of them are giant spiders. So as you know, technically when you come back 6 months later, you're stronger. So maybe it respawns with slightly stronger bad guys and maybe slightly better loot. So that there's more of a reason to come back to an older map, because maybe there's something good there that you couldn't get the first time you came through. Million player MMORPG? Do tell. And then also, of course, I want the ability to manage the game in alpha and beta and move the placement of stuff around. To do create network to support 1 million people. So if I add a new treasure box, the level should spawn that at the beginning and populate it. But if I remove one, it's going to remove it. So I really need a level manager. Before I can really do the loot box, I need a level manager. Now I have a level manager. This is not yet done. But let's see this, because maybe this is what I need to work on next then. All right, so we have our level name, player start position, player start rotation. So that means if they've never been here before, or rather, yeah, if we're just loading the level, this is where we're going to start the player rotation and position. Now, depending on where they're coming from, north, south, east, west, or wherever, the exit from one map might set this for the player. So if they don't have this value yet, then they're going to use this default value. If they have it set, then they will use the value that's previously set. I think that happens in the load code. These lists will be set up on the level side and load into data.levelData when the scene begins. They will then be saved, but the data upon load will check to remove anything that is no longer in the main level, this, and add anything that isn't yet added. This way, if we add or remove things during development, saved games should modify themselves to compensate. Yes, that is the idea. Yep, that's how I'm doing it too, Athena's Owl. That sort of variety makes it exciting. Plus the prefix suffix, I think similar to your 3 parts, you know, gives you sort of gambling. I like gambling. So essentially this is going to keep a list of all our loot boxes. And the loot box will have all this data as well as, of course, its parent's transform. If that matters, but it might not matter. So if I move it slightly, it probably doesn't matter. And we needed a UID on our loot box. Privates. Private, no. It's going to be hide and inspector UID or public string UID and UID. Someone create unique ID. Nope, not that one. During the live stream, somebody had a great idea for how to create the unique ID. Now I just need to figure out where the heck I put it. It's part of the modules. I'm going to delete this one before I forget. So, is it part of editor, game modules? Ah, this one. So it uses the GUI system. So our loot box. So we will say start check UID and public private void check UID. If string dot is null or white space UID, it will return, and this actually be, if it's not null or white space, will return. Otherwise, UID equals, oh, didn't that. UID equals GUID new GUID to string. Now let's just give it a unique ID, and that's going to be used on the save file. This is actually the same system. I think that the .meta files for each object in your project is used. So it's a built-in system. I was rolling my own, but turns out I didn't need to. Someone on the stream told me about that. Forget who, but in my head I thank them all the time. So the level, each one of these is going to have a GUID on them, a unique ID, a UID, and that'll happen at the start. And I might have a double check when I go through, because game data is also supposed to save. Here we go. Game data has level data, and each one of these is supposed to have a copy of this. So I'm also going to need a UID on this as well. This concept of the UIDs is a good one. So every level will have a unique ID as well. So that if I ever change any details about it, I can always refer back to the UID if I've saved that. That should never change. Yeah. And actually, there's a better way of doing that, because there's always a chance that this won't happen before it's populated. So public string UID is going to be get UID. And get UID is going to say, if it's not null or white space, return UID. And this is going to be the private UID. Private string UID. Otherwise, we'll set it, return it, then we'll return it. Then anytime something calls this UID, we're really getting this value. And if it's the first time it's called, then it will set it. From that point on, it won't change. So I'm going to do that with the loot box too. And can I make this global? No. Only if it inherits from stuff, so no. Alright. So this is another big step, and gets us closer to having bad guys, because bad guys are going to be managed the same way. Okay. Alright. One step at a time. Loot boxes. Enemies, collectibles. Collectibles are things just like items on the ground. sure what show player means. Don't need hide inspector here. Let's check our loading script to see what we've done so far with this level. First play, and probably have a debug for this somewhere. What just happened? The music cut out for a second. Alright. Scene is registered. Set up player. Trying to get ready. Set up new game data. Iron port. It was not title or new game. Player data. Relinking item data. That's why I told you I had to relink the items data. That's why I do that. To do. Add NPCs and bad guys. Where's this? Oh, that's for voices. Relink voices. Confirm data on load. This is where I relink all the stuff. You can see where I'm relinking this data, making new clones of it. Spawn portraits, load player. Load portraits. Loot, get ready. Let's start from the beginning. Scene was loaded. Get level ready. So waiting for scene to be registered. Scene is registered. Set up player, scene name. Alright, level data. Equals scene is registered, scene name. Each level data in level data. If level data scene name does not equal scene name, continue. And return that level data. So this is going to be the saved level data. What is level data? So this is different from level? Huh. Can't do level data. It's level data not a mono behavior. Level data is not a mono behavior. This is just a class that I'm able to serialize. So I guess this is keeping my saved version of everything that's here. So this references the defaults, and level data is the saved data of that. Is that the best way of doing this? Or should level have level data? I think level should have level data. So, luckily, this is why we're doing this in this way, so that we can make these changes now rather than later. So, we do want this, but then we want public level data, and that's going to have all this stuff on it, including, no, the UID is going to come from here. Well, the two options are basically, well, I know I want to save the level data on the game's data, and that's what this is for. So if I change any of this stuff, any of the loot boxes, that data will be saved here. This doesn't get its data saved after, each time that the player changes things. This is like the master copy. So I'm thinking if I have level data there, I'm saving level data, but then at the load, I'm going to basically cycle through and see, are there new loot boxes? Are any loot boxes in my level data not in this level data, which means I should remove them from here because maybe during development I removed a box from the game. Forced items, so always update the forced items, because if I add a quest item to a box, then I want to make sure that the save data gets that. So I'm going to save what should be here, and then what's saved here, and then at load I will go through and reconcile the two. So technically all of this is going to be removed except for the UID. I want the UID to be there, and then level data will also have a hide inspector public UID, public string UID, and this is going to be must be populated by /match the level.cs UID. Very important. Then we're going to do private void update and link UID. So with that, we're going to do private void link UID. And this is going to say level data.uid equals UID. So that the level data UID always equals this UID. I think it sounds reasonable too. Thanks, the bull. Glad to get the verification. And if you tell me it's not reasonable, I'd probably listen to you and say, wait, why? What am I doing wrong? All right. How does that look here? I can pause. I need to keep it in play mode for this. So it looks like this. Essentially, I would take this, put this here, put these here, iron port, I'm not sure what this show player means. So I'm gonna leave it, but this other stuff I'm going to remove. Scene name. Ah. Not sure where that's called. Okay, so this is called on scene is registered. For each level data and data level data, if the scene name doesn't equal our scene name, then we're gonna continue. We're returning that level data. And if we don't have a level, then return null. It's level. Where does this come from? Not sure where that comes from. Oh, I see. This is the current level. Active level. I'm going to change this to be active level. Or even better, active scene. I'm using level. So I'm going to stay level. So if we don't have an active level, return null. Okay. Data, level data, add new level data. Level data scene. Where is new scene? Data, oh, the last one. Oh. It's just saying the last one we added. So this should be new level data. Explicit. Grab the last level data in the list. And then scene name equals active level data scene name. This is just populating. That's if we're adding a new one. Okay, so if we found it in our save data, then we'll load that. If we didn't find it, then we will load it from here. And this is just a check, I guess, to make sure this actually registered. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay. What happens next? Get level ready. Scenes registered. Set up player. These shall be UIDs, not scene name. So the scene name can change. Where's scene then? What's scene? Oh, that's the scene. Oh, okay. So not the UID, because that's the actual name of the scene inside Unity. It needs to match this. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, so a scene is technically the in-game scene that you create in Unity. Like, create a new scene. Level is that scene. Does that mean I should change level to be scene? Should this be scene.cs and scene data? Active scene? Probably, huh? What do you think? I think it should be. It might throw some errors, but those should be easy to fix right now. Alright, let's start backwards. Active scene. I think it's a little bit causing me confusion. A small amount, not a huge amount, but... So we'll change this to scene data. Okay, yeah, we'll do all that. And change this to scene. See if it throws any errors. So then this save, rename file. Okay. So now this is a scene with scene script and scene data. Scene name. That makes more sense because this is the scene name. Yeah, you're learning a little bit about Unity. Alright. That makes more sense. So what do we have to do on load then? Load data. I have a save and load script somewhere. So save and load. No. Alright. Somewhere I have save and load, I think. Save and load right here. Load game list. Load game. Alright, so this is not where I want to put it, I don't think. This is all about more about the management of the saves and loads. Yeah, so I don't want you to save and load. It's definitely going to be here. Setup player. This is get level ready. Alright, so the scene's registered. We're going to set up player. Setting up player is putting them in the position. And then we're going to do setup level data. Is that going to be here? Or is that going to be on scene? See, I already messed up. Set up scene data. We'll do this. Set up scene. Or scene dot. No. Are we doing? We are. So this is going to be active scene dot setup, and then here in our active scene we will do the public void setup. And we need two things. We need scene data for saved scene data. And then we already have a reference to scene data here, so we will keep that. But we will pass in our saved scene data from the game. So this is going to be data dot active scene data. Do I already have a method for that? Get active scene data. Ooh. Active level name. Active scene name. In scene data. Perfect. So it's just going to grab the act. It's nice when I have previously made helper methods for myself, isn't it? Yes, I am checking for deltas. That's exactly what I'm doing. Because when it loads, there's a few things that may have changed. Especially during the development process, I may have added or removed things like enemies, loot, collectibles, the status of switches or other things. And essentially anything that needs to be saved, if the status needs to be saved, then it's going to be listed in the scene object here. So as I start adding various things like toggles and switches and levers, I will basically expand scene data and then also expand the code that does the setup. And the setup is essentially going to go through and do a few things. First, it's going to remove from saved scene data anything like loot that doesn't exist in the main scene data. So if I removed a loot object, I'm going to remove it from the save scene data. Second, it's going to go through and, add. Well, second, it will populate the loot and other things like loot that are registered. So if I've already registered loot, I may have already taken items out of it or added items into it, so the data on the scene object here is not accurate. So if it's already registered, I'm going to set it up with the data from the saved data. If, however, it's not registered, basically it's not listed here, or it's shown up as not populated or whatever it might be, then I will add it to this list and set it up with the default data from the scene. And that's the same concept for enemies, the same concept for things to be picked up, the same concept for the status of switches, or any other things. If there's like a series of 10 buttons, that will be saved here somehow. And in this step, I will go through and do the same process to all of them. That's the idea. Each one will basically have its own setup. So first I'm going to do loot, because that's currently the only thing I have. Set up loot. So public, private, void, setup loot. I guess I'm going to pass the saved scene data in to that as well. So, first, remove any unneeded objects. Any objects removed from main game, or main scene, we'll say. So, I guess that means we're going to go through all the loot on the saved. So for each loot box in saved scene data dot loot boxes, and good. Okay. So for each loot box and loot boxes in our saved scene data, if scene data dot has loot box, and we're going to pass in the loot box .uid, then we're going to continue. Otherwise, okay, we're going to change the for loop a little bit. We're going to go backwards loop. So for int I equals save scene data loot boxes dot count -1, I minus minus, or I is greater than or equal to 0, I minus minus. And we're going to say loot box equals save scene data dot loot boxes I. Okay. So scene data will be able to look up loot box by ID. So it essentially will go for each loot box, and loot boxes. If lootbox.uid equals lootbox.uid, return true. Otherwise, return false. Oops. Returns true if the if a loot box with the given UID is present in the loot boxes list. Okay. Otherwise, if it's not present in the main data, then we're going to say loot or save scene data.lootboxes.remove at I. So this will remove this loot box from the list, from the saved scene data list. Skip if we can find the UID. Cache this value. Okay. So that will remove anything that is no longer in the main scene. I guess the next step is to add anything that is in the main scene that isn't here. So now it's basically going to do very similar. How much loot could a loot box loot if a loot box could loot? A lot of loot. If the loot box was the boot of a car, would it be a loot boot? And if it was full of boots, would the loot boot have boots? And if you kicked a boot out of the loot boot, would you boot a boot from the loot boot? So for each loot box in loot boxes. So this is in scene data.loot boxes. If save scene data dot has lootbox.uid, then continue. Skip if we found the UID in the saved data. Otherwise, saved scene data.lootboxes.add a lootbox.clone. And to get clone, add that method and we're gonna copy our clone data. Somewhere I have clones. There we go. This. Should probably type it out. So it's return JSON utility from JSON item, JSON utility to JSON, this. Okay. I'm going to type it out because typing it out helps you remember. I'm going to paste it and then type it out. Return JSON utility dot from JSON loot box and JSON utility dot to JSON this. And essentially you're going to convert to JSON this data. So this loot box, everything on this loot box. And then return a new object from that JSON file. And that essentially does a deep clone of the data. And so now save scene will have its own version with the UID, but from that point on they're separate, so I can change it and be done. Deep clone the loot box data. Okay. So next, add any objects that are new in the main scene and not in the saved data. Alright, so now the two lists should be synced. The specifics of each are different. But otherwise they're the same. Do we have a is setup boolean? If is ready, get ready. All right, so I think I want to call get ready from from here. What I'm thinking is I call it from here because this is where we set up our loot. This is where we do all of our setup for our scene data. And so we're going to do all this, but we're going to do it after we start the process of loading the scene. So we don't need to do this whole yield return null stuff. I think. How it would look, now load the loot boxes in the scene. So now we would go for each loot box in save scene data dot loot boxes lootbox dot get ready. Comment this out for now. I just want to check the data. Because we don't actually, no, we don't want to call the loot boxes this is what's, oh, so maybe we don't clone. Okay, I think I'm gonna write myself a note and do this when I'm less tired. It's been a long day, and I think it's time for a cocktail. And it's a little bit more work, so I'm going to write myself a note to myself. Note to myself. And essentially, let's see, talking out loud. The loot box script on each actual object in the scene is the source of truth. when loading a scene, the main components, not spots, etc., should be pulled from save data. If saved data has none, i.e. it's new for this game, then we should use the default data on the loot box. Then populate the items, etc., including spots, on each. Only after we have populated the potentially changed data from these saved game data. And when we save, so yeah, we don't want to clone. We do not want to clone at all, because if this changes in the scene, we want it to change in our saved data too, so we save it. Yeah. Tonight's cocktail, it's a chocolate martini. Chocolate martini. Very simple to make. You get some chocolate liqueur, like the Godiva chocolate liqueur, and vodka, 1-to-1. Now you can make it fancy if you really want to, and perhaps it looks more festive if you do. Well, that's just crazy. That's just a little insane. That looks interesting. That looks nice. Although those glasses are going to spill. So I would suggest not using those glasses. But there's many different chocolate liqueurs to use. I like the Godiva one, but today they were out in the store, so I actually bought 2 different brands. Specifically, these are the cream ones, so they have cream in them. So be careful what you mix. Don't mix with raspberry or something, it will curdle. There are other chocolate liqueurs that are like clear or dark colored. Those could be fine, but they're not quite the same. They don't have any cream in them, so they won't have quite the same flavor and mouthfeel to it. But if you don't like cream or can't have cream, then those are probably decent options. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Very easy to make. I just put them in a tumbler, essentially. It's just any old glass with ice. So I'm going to make that, and then I'm going to come back here and play some Civilization before going to bed, because at 9 a.m. is the Game Dev Show. So I will be right back. I did want to make one more note as I was thinking. Double check that the saved references hold. They may not, because they're referencing the in-game stuff. So maybe we need to save them to or need to clone them when we save, and then copy that data when we load, but otherwise only use the saved data versions for saving. If that makes sense. Hey, thanks. There were a lot of meme edits in those videos. I think he was trying to see what he could do. Alright. So this is saved. This is good. I think we made good progress. The next step is a big one. Getting loot boxes of various types to work. In that process, I'll probably start adding more objects, getting these other objects to work. Rings, making sure those equip right. So it's just steps along the way, kind of like building up everything. Once we get the loot boxes working and those working, we can move on to objects that are on the ground, and then bad guys. Yep. Application Steam. Oh, I need to change my monitor size. Wherever it is, there it is. And pause this wonderful music. Press play. How about I didn't press cancel? I will say I enjoy streaming, but I will say I think I'm a little bit more efficient when I'm not streaming because I'm not talking out loud. It's really not a problem. But I think I get a little bit more done when I'm not talking out loud. What's good though, if I ever forget what I did, I can just go back to the video and be like, oh, that's what I did. That's what I was thinking. So that's helpful. All right, my quest to fill this whole continent with Maori cities.
The steady hum
continues.
of machinery, the acrid smell of smoke, vision clouded by ash and soot. These are the signs of changing times. The lure of scientific and cultural advancement is the engine driving your realm forward. Now your challenge is to maintain the delicate balance between Earth and man, between peace and war. Coupe the Navigator.
I will say this game put in some components, some mechanics that I think are kind of like cheap to keep away from runaway growth, but that's okay. Like that every time you build a settler, the next one costs a little bit more. Yeah, I try to do comments too. I don't always write comments, but I do try. You may see me trying, but doesn't always happen. Can't necessarily remember what I was doing, of course. Aha. Is this where I wanted this one to go? No. This game's getting laggy too. Usually it's not laggy, but something about this one. It's been a while since I've had a chocolate martini. I do like the Godiva better than this. It's the Mozart. It's from Austria. Mozart is the brand. I like the Godiva one better, but that's okay. This one's good. And it's been a long time since I've had a chocolate martini. I'll leave it at that. Quadring? Wait, I can upgrade that. Can't I? Should be able to. Let's go to the city. Where's my closest city? Up here. Way up here. Ah, somebody else built Alhambra? That's too bad. That's one that I would have liked to have built. Maybe I was building it, actually, come to think of it. This one, I think that's where I want to build it. Getting close to this. This is going to give me a lot of science and help me win the game faster. Buying territory. I don't like it when the city-states take up land that I think should be mine. Build some walls before I can't anymore. The lag is real. And it's not because I have Unity open. When I didn't have Unity open, it was still laggy. I think this was made with Unity, this game. I also like the city-states. I don't want to make them pay for their transgressions. Because they give me stuff. So it's really a love-hate relationship I have with them. Not next turn. I still have to do stuff here. This one is going to go here. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Chocolate martinis are good sipping drinks. No joint war. I'm not even on that continent. I mean, I'm close to Gilgamesh. He's right there. Very close to Gilgamesh. I'm just trying to decide.
And it is important.
Claims that cannot be tested. Assertions immune to disproof. Destroying rainforest for economic gain is like burning a Renaissance painting to cook a meal.
Guess a road up here to Brussels would be helpful. I think I'll do that. Good, I got boost of steel. Oh. Lag. Only one more and then they're full. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, then they'll be full. That's good. Fisheries, full of fisheries. I can't imagine that we would get flight before we have oil. But maybe. I don't know. 3 envoys in my quest to take over all of the city-states. I've got 1, 2, 3 that I'm not suzerain of. I think... Ooh, this is the one that lets you win the game as religion. I've got nothing on them. This one... Okay. It's true. But is that flight or is that gliding? Is it the same thing? Or do you need to be able to control the height? The thing about chocolate martinis is they're not as boozy as other drinks. They're still boozy, and deceptively so, but
the
they're not
wrath
as
of Host
boozy.
Leopold.
So you can have 2. Oh no. You're gonna lose the settler to his damn scout? Nope. I don't even know where that scout came from. To infinity and beyond. What should go here? Theater Square. Oh, that's a pretty little bonus. So this is the last fishery of the capital. So now move that to this city. Him to the capital. Two envoys. That's funny. Takes 7 turns to move here. 3 turns to move here. Some math is wrong there. Okay, where is this going to go? Here. I think I might lose that trader. This lag is not fun. It's removing the enjoyment. Some of the enjoyment. Yes, city. Lighthouse. I'm out of amenities for all of my cities. It's only gonna get worse. Gotta go make another chocolate martini because this one's gone. It's empty, and that's a problem. And World Congress. Perfect. Let's see. I'm gonna give it to me. I think I'm Taoism. snipe this, probably, with all that. The glass does have a hole.
No one
I keep putting my mouth up to it.
Or rather, no one in his senses ought to do so, without first being clear.
It's like every turn I have something to trade. What I need is more people to trade stuff with me. Whoa, I must have spilt on the bottom of this. Good to know. Need to get some coasters. That's what I need. Solid investment right there. I'm also eating cookies. Chocolate chip. Because it's a chocolate kind of night. Saturday night, right? Yeah, Saturday night. Oh man, that cookie just fell apart. Five-second rule. It really is. And I kind of wonder if the cookies influenced my decision when I was at the store to think, oh, I should get some chocolate liqueur. chocolate martinis. Probably did. My head's still thinking about those loot boxes, though. Screw work, huh? Yep. What do you do during the day? You work nights, so what are you doing during the day? Besides sleeping, of course, I imagine you'd sleep. People need attention. That is true. What are you looking to get out of your portfolio? Game dev job or something in the industry? Nice. This lag is really annoying me, I have to say. What? Did I get a free one of those? Didn't really want one. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Maybe I'll send it down here. maybe I'll send it right here. Oh, if I went there, I wouldn't be able to get the whole thing. It's okay, I don't really want to get too close. I was thinking of putting something right here, being like, I own everything around you, or inside here, but I think I'll go down here instead. Let's see, this would be the spot. The good thing about indie work is you can always, of course, do that nights and weekends, so long as your girlfriend doesn't need too much attention and other things. But if you're able to hold a reasonable hours, then not be too stressed out. I know the feeling, like being stressed out at work, and then you get home and you're like, I don't want to freaking do this. I don't want to do anything. I just want to veg out. So yeah, but if you're able to do it at home, then yeah, that's do both at once, I suppose, if you can. I think my seed keep getting bigger. I meant to say yes. Oh well. Oops. It was a free unit anyway, so it's okay to lose it.
A people without the knowledge of their past, history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots.
Lots of culture. Why can't I build a fishery? No one noticed that. Hmm. Sure, send this one. Thanks, Corey. Not sure if you're already gone, but thanks, Corey, nonetheless. This lag is annoying me. It's slowing down the game. Artist. Okay.
Famous artist. Oops. All I really want is to get this bioluminescence bay and then see how much science I get from all my fisheries or all my fishing boats.
My science is 2300 after building this. Still 2300. Lag. What's Thea to the Shattering? Lunchtime. Ding, 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 ding. All right, 2300 science. It should go up now that I have Bioluminescence Bay. Hexagon maps. Something about them. I do wish this was on a globe though. I was hoping that Civ 6 would come out and it would be on an actual globe, but it's still a flat map. But that's okay.
I only understand friendship or scorched earth.
2411. That wasn't that much. Alright. I'm going to save here because this game is too slow. It's lagging way too much. And it's making not enjoyable. So I'm going to try going back to the code. Even though I've had 1.5 chocolate martinis and four chocolate chip cookies, but to be fair, 2 of them were a little smaller than the others, so maybe that's like 3.7. I should test to see whether or not it saves. Or let's just see what happens if I press play, cracking the knuckles. If I go to my game and data on deposit. Nope, not general. Scene data, not level. Oh, there's no scene data. Well, that's interesting. Why is there no scene data? I would have thought that there would be scene data. Or maybe there should be scene data. Oh, I should go back to my other monitor settings. Let me do that real quick. That'll be easier to see. Okay. Yeah, let this UID be seen. Is on scene, debug.log, scene setup. Data active scene data. You probably did see one called level data. I'll find it eventually. Scene data. There is no scene data. There's this one, has level data, has scene data. That's helpful because we should probably be calling this. What does this do? Scene name, null. Use active scene name, return false. Alright, so this is probably something we need to throw up here. So if not has scene data, then we need to save the scene data. New scene data. And this is going to go to scene data.add scene dot scene dots. Do I have using static Infinity PBR Legend of the Stones dot scene scene data dot just scene data dot add dot scene. We have scene data active scene, not scene data. Active scene dot scene data. Okay, and then it would redo this, do this whole return thing. Let's see if this gets populated. Did not. Why not? Make sure it's actually running. Okay. It ran. Debug.log. We don't have scene data. Save new scene data. Debug.log. Save new scene data. And scene data. Add new scene data. Let's see what happens. Oh. So it didn't do this. Alright. Well, that explains something. Let's see. Has scene data. Scene name is null. And use active scene name is true. So if scene null is null and that's false, then we return false. Alright, but they're not. So if use active scene name, then scene name equals the active scene name. For each scene data and scene data, if the scene name equals scene name continued, or if it doesn't equal continue. Okay, so searching scenes for scene name. Let's make sure that's actually triggering. Searching scenes for Ironport. Debug.log found it. I don't think we should find it. Debug.log did not find it. If we don't, then we don't have scene data, but that doesn't get called. So let's see what happens. It says it found it. Am I looking at the wrong spot here? Scene data is empty. Weird. It says it's finding it. I don't see it here. What's it searching? It's searching this, right? For each scene data in scene data under data. That's so weird. It's not like somewhere else, right? It's player data, scene data. Conundrum. Alright, it says there's one scene data item. I just don't see it. Unless I'm looking at the wrong thing? I think I'm looking at the right thing. Huh. We have to sleep on this one. Alright. This has been 4 hours of live streaming. It's time for me to go to bed. I will see you all tomorrow morning, maybe, at the Game Dev Show. Where is it? The Game Dev Show. It's not scheduled yet. Well, hopefully it's still happening. I'm not gonna wake up for nothing. Just kidding, I'll wake up. Good night, guys and girls and everyone else who's not a guy or a girl. Huh. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Join that. Where'd the thank you text go?